Boop, 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 boop. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, for fuck's sake. Already with the stupidity. Good Lord. Bye, Walrus. Have a great life. I wish you the best. One day you'll grow up and you won't be such a damn child. But I doubt it. Hey, Andre Ramirez, I guess? Sorry if I butchered that name. How you doing today? Oh, I don't really need this today. Boop, 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 boop. Doop, boop, 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 boop. What's up, John C? Hi, Derner. Ah, fuck it. Go away, Krampus. Grow the fuck up. Seriously. A fucking holiday weekend. Grow the fuck up. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna do more of this shit today. Sorry I'm so late today. I had to get some stuff taken care of to get ready to do some laser work. What's up, Cleveland? How you doing? Thanks for popping in, guys. I appreciate it. Except for you fucking nitwits who were trying to troll because you're 12 years old and you think it's funny. You people can go fuck yourselves. So pissed at me yesterday you wanted to fight? Why? The hell did I do? Jesus fucking Christ. Well, somebody has a bunch of fucking retarded accounts. Oh, you thought it was Saturday? Somebody's got a... Jesus Christ. Alright. Well, I guess that's how today's gonna go. Okay. fuck's sake. Why are people fucking 12? Where are parents at? Hey Trudge, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming, man. Alright, so where we left off was getting the shape of this end panels taken care of. Working on a paracord rifle sling? Hell yeah, Trudge. Get it. Oh. So, we're going to do a little finalization of this thing, get this worked down, and then we'll probably have to do some smoothing out with the hand sander, or by hand, just so we can get nice, clean, even shapes. But we should be able to get it pretty close tonight, or today. I ain't got shit else to do, so let's get her done. Turner, did you go live yesterday? I'd imagine you went live yesterday. I didn't get any notifications, and then I got sidetracked. What's up, cool kids? How you doing? Good fucking God. You know, it's people like that that make me wish I could beat children sometimes. Can't do it. Although somebody's parents should. That'll probably get me banned from YouTube. Whatever. Fuck them. Alright. Well, might as well get busy here while you guys have fun with the nitwit 8-year-olds popping in and out of here. Yeah. Good gravy. Alright, how about we do this? Go away. All of you. I will stand here and do abso-fucking-lutely nothing but ban every single one of your 433 accounts. I don't care. I don't fucking care. What up, Runic? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, man. No, I don't care. And Brian, just because you're a cunt, how about we do that too? Don't know who you are, but don't rightly care. In fact, why don't we do this? There. Now, Hey, Roy, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in. Not doing too bad. Can't really complain. I did hurt my hand yesterday at work, so that's a good time. It's uh, it's not bad. Happy Easter to you too, Roy. All right, I am going to need a mask. Wrap up them kitchen frames. Oh, did you get your island thing all figured out, or what is a bassinet? Okay, it is like a baby box. Here, I'll show you. Pop this up. Get rid of the 73 things that open up every time I open up PDF. There. That's a bassinet. You store babies in it. Yep. Yeah. So there's a bassinet. It's basically like a yeah. It's like a crib, but it's for like in newborns. I guess people usually put them next to their bed. You know, when the child is a newborn, because they don't stay in that kind of a thing for very long. Can relate. Your grip strength is minimal today. From work, yeah. It's going to be a rocking crib. All right, we'll call it a crib. That's fine. We call them bassinets, but it's like a or baby storage unit. The coffee bar and breakfast bar are built. You're putting the island together after lunch. Awesome. Awesome, man. You're making good time. Also, hey, coffee, how you doing? Mm. So I chipped a couple of bones right here yesterday. So that's awesome. You've never heard of one before? Yeah, around here they call them bassinets. I don't know. Every different localities call different things, differently. But around here, what we call a crib is the thing with a big mattress in it, where their kids are in that until they get to a bed that doesn't have the bars on the side. Yeah, if that makes sense. But like I said, each locality calls different things differently. We're not going to start the crappy pronunciation debate, but all right, I'm going to get some sanding done. Obviously, I got my mask on because this is going to throw dust like directly into my face. So, I got my little fan with a filter on. Try to clean the air up a little bit. Plus, it's like 75 degrees in here, so it's a little toasty. All about that bass. All about that. Alright. You guys sit back, enjoy, chat amongst yourselves, and oh, Roy, this is holy cow. This is for a buddy of mine. He usually pops into chat here at some point. He's having his first granddaughter. I don't know if you guys can hear me. He's having his first granddaughter, so building him a bassinet. Plus, it gives me a chance to build an actual piece of furniture on the channel, which I really enjoy building furniture. So it takes a lot longer than, you know, building cutting boards and stuff, but it's, for me, it's more challenging, I guess. Voice is coming through fine. All right, perfect. All right. Oh, tuck all my beard in there. Yeah, I do too, Roy. I think it's. I think the. I think his whole family is like, super excited about it. So, all right, I'm gonna get some sanding done, and we'll see how quickly we can knock it out. And then we'll use this one. Will be the template to for the other blank that we have. We'll get it laid out. The other one will take a lot less time. We just have to take our time on this one because this one is going to be, you know, the template for the other one. So we want this one to be perfect. The other one will follow suit. Nearly finished with the Green Man birdhouse. Awesome. Hey, cop, how you doing? We can show that. That's fine. Oh, cool. No grass today? I don't know. He usually pops in here in a little bit. He might be a little busy. Sorry, I did go late. I did start going late today, so just trying to rough this out, get it as close as I can to kind of rounded, so that I have less to do. This side's pretty good. Here I need to do a little bit more. This edge is good, but this edge, it must have been at an angle, so. But, so I'm not using a spindle sander, so it takes a little bit more time. What's up, Norris? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. My goal was to have a spindle sander for this, because that is kind of the right tool. Oh, for fuck's sake. How about we just do that? Fucking hell. Fucking 5 minutes wasn't long enough for you people to... Damn kids got nothing better to do with your life. Oh, that feels better. Got that much more rounded. Hopefully those are about equal to the eye. I kind of think. Well, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out. Let's see. So, let's see. Let's do this. There we go. Finish your diorama done. Lunchtime back at it. Alright, bud, I appreciate that, Runic. Thanks, man. Send me some pictures of your project. You finish your diorama of a plane flying above a cloud? Awesome. Awesome. I'll definitely have to check that out. Man. You know, you'd think that I would have covered that, but I didn't. Alright. So, I think we got the rough shaping done. I think. Everything kind of feels kind of feels good. I'll have to do some hand stuff, but this takes off a ton of material really quick, so. But I think that doesn't look too bad, right? Look pretty even. At least even to the eye. Yeah, looks okay. I think. What we will do is we will make, you know, when I trace this template out, I will make this, you know, one side. So, you know, if this is the front of one panel, right, it's going to be that way. The other panel will mirror it. So this would be the inside, and then this would be the inside. So that way, if these are uneven, we're not accentuating it, you know. But seem pretty even. This one might be a little bit more kind of dipped down, but if I play with it too much, then I'm going to end up doing a new glue up. So I think we're going to stick with that for now. Have I ordered any tools from AliExpress? No, I have not. I know some people have. I just don't know anybody personally that has, that I'm aware of. Actually, while I got this plugged in, I might as well clean this paper. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Hey, Mrs. T, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. Well, there you go. What was your name? Clayton, I believe. Uh, Kopliker. There you go. Norse bought a wood burner. Dirt cheap and good enough considering the price. See, that's the other thing. Buying cheap tools. Like if you get a cheap tool, like the Wen stuff, right? For example, because I bought Wen stuff, obviously. I don't really see the point in comparing it to something like Festool, right? Because there's a huge price difference and presumably a build quality difference. Like, you got to compare it. Like, is it worth the money? Does it work good enough considering the price? That's one thing that I'm a big fan of. Like, I'll buy some cheap stuff and be like, yeah, all right, well, it did its job. You know, go to Harbor Freight and buy some tool that I need to use one time. It did its job for $12.99. It did what I needed it to do and saved me, you know, $300 from buying it from the Snap-on truck or something. Now, if you're in a production shop, you know, it'd be a different story. Maybe maybe you shouldn't be looking at super cheap stuff, but that's generally how I look at tools. Right. Is it good enough to justify the price that I paid for it? Did it do the job I needed it to do? I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this. Alright. The answer to those questions is yes, and it was worth the price. Stuff this thing in here. Well, maybe we won't. There's a motor in there. Alright, let's get this thing. Ugh, this thing moved somewhere. Alright. So, we're going to have to do some hand sanding on this and, you know, use the palm sander. And, so Clayton, my experience with sandpaper is spend a little more money. You might not think that sandpaper does a lot, right? Like sandpaper is sandpaper, okay? That's what I thought. And I can tell you, like, this is something that I can get at my local Lowe's, my home improvement store, right? Gator brand. And it's fine if you want to burn through a bunch of paper. This stuff, 3M extract, the net, even the non-net stuff, a huge step up. And now I can get this stuff at the same place I got that Gator paper, which is really good. Now the difference is this pack of 15 costs almost the same as this pack of 50. So, but you use, you know, 3-4 times as much paper because the grit burns away quicker than this stuff does. Now, it's also 2 different kinds of grit. This is ceramic. This is, what is it? Aluminum oxide, I think. Now, if you want a decent paper, in my opinion, the serious grit from, I just get it on Amazon. Their purple paper, I've been using this stuff for, right? I get a variety pack. It's got 50 pieces in it. Costs about $35, and you get 10 of each grit for 5 grits. And I thoroughly enjoy this stuff. It is right up there with the 3M paper as far as I'm concerned. So, yes, sandpaper does matter, and I didn't think it does. I really didn't until I stepped up to a better paper. It's night and day difference. Takes less time, you go through less paper. It's worth it. Alright, you guys will have to give me a few minutes while I get set up. Or we're gonna have to play with yeah, you definitely gotta do it. Excuse me, you definitely gotta give it. You gotta play around with it for yourself. You know, maybe you don't do enough sanding to justify the 3M. You just sand a little bit, and then there's the really cheap store brand paper is perfect for you. You know. Or maybe you had a bad experience with 3M, you know, whatever. Or whatever brand. You know, there's a lot of test videos out there. There's one guy who did it with Oh, he did like 50 different brands of sandpaper, and they had a machine that applied the exact same pressure across all the brands, and they measured the amount of uh, dust that came off of it, of the machine, right, of the paper. Like they were super, I don't know, scientific, right? Way more than any of us are going to be in our shops. Um, and they ranked everything. This is over the course of 5 minutes. This is the testing. So, what's up, Steve? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. Did you not? Hey, old path. How you doing? All you need to do is sand models. Um, when I build models, I use a plastic backed sandpaper. Um, it's I get it from like Tester, Testor, and they I mean it only comes in like little sheets. They're like 3 inches by 4 inches. Um, but it's specifically for modeling. I don't know. You probably get the same paper from other places. Oh man, I'm gonna miss your live. Oh nuts. I'm sorry. Hey Lucifer, how you doing? Thanks for coming. Tried 3M time with a professional dust extractor. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you've got a dust extractor or even a shop vac, um, something instead of just the this like bag thing, it's a huge difference because you're actively pulling the dust out of the paper. Really, like it's. I will hook my when I'm doing a lot of sanding, like when I'm doing these panels and stuff. I'll hook my shop vac up to the sander, just to. It does so much better. Keeps the air a lot cleaner. Like my beard. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. It has taken me, oh, I don't know, 8 months, maybe, to get here. So, you guys will have to bear with me for a few minutes while I get set up. Um, yeah, just give me just a few minutes. I'm honestly not even sure why I muted the stream, but if you guys don't know, Steve over at My Honey's Handmade, he makes stamps. Got me some stamps. I gotta make wood blocks to put them on, but I'm thoroughly excited about it. He'll do the blocks too. He'll just I didn't need the block. I can make blocks uh, instead of tying him up doing it. But hindsight, I probably should have had him do it because by the time I get around to it, I'll forget I have those things. All right. What do I need to do? I need my hand sander. we'll go with the palm sander for now. I didn't wrap that cord up. Paper is on this. Huh, 180. That'll work. Alright, so we're going to do what we can with this. And to do that, I want to put my mats down. Even though I haven't sanded the faces of these yet, I still want to put my mat down on my table so that I don't booger anything up. Let me find my mat. It's around here somewhere. There it is. So all I use for my sanding mats, some people will use the like little tripod things, and that probably works good. But I use this stuff that you put on like shelves. Had some more in somewhere, maybe not. It's just this stuff. You get it at the store. You can put it on shelves. You actually get it from Dollar Tree if you want. This comes in a small roll, and it's like a little foam stuff. It helps the project. A, you're not damaging it with it like rubbing around on anything, and B, it kind of sticks. Hey, Henrik, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. So what we're going to do is we are going to relocate you guys, if I can. Oh, got you all tangled up here. There we go. Let you guys watch what I'm doing, if you like. I'm just going to try to sand the edges, get everything kind of fine-tuned, get rid of the rough kind of contours, see if I can't smooth everything out, and then we'll go over it with the hands, by hand, if we need to. Or different areas by hand if we need to. I know this part of the job is super boring for you guys, but sanding is a very important part of woodworking, and no matter how much I try, I just can't get away from it. So, and I've tried a lot. Hey, Amy Joe, how you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. So, we're not trying to get this perfect, okay? Because we are going to be doing router work to this. Um, but we do, like, we're not trying to get rid of all of the, sanding marks from the belt sander. What we're trying to do is to smooth it out and make it even, right? Um, if it's kind of beveled a little bit, we're trying to work it back into a flat surface, um, so that we can use this as a template, because any kind of like little bump that's on this one is going to translate to the other one, and we want this to be as smooth as we can, as as like all the roundovers and stuff. Working on the eagle, awesome. If you guys don't know, Amy Jo is making me an eagle carving. It's gonna go right here. That's where it's gonna go. It's gonna. I can't remember if she's putting a flag on it or not, but either way, it's gonna go right up here. And if you haven't seen it yet, she does have a couple of shorts, and then she did a short live with it. Not to mention all of her other carving. I mean, she's really good at her carving. So I definitely suggest you guys go check her out. Amy Jo, on my community page, there is a post that I put up to get people to comment, tell everybody a little bit about themselves, and that way people can go directly to your little picture and go to your page instead of having to search for links through a chat. So if you think about it, go ahead and post something on there. We got a couple people on there. We got like Janelle Art. We got Runic. I believe Vineyard. Brian posted. We got. I think we had a couple of makers post on. I'm trying to build a list so that people can maybe find other makers that they haven't checked out before, But hope you do it good for me. I think you will do it. I think you're doing perfect. I like it exactly the way it is now. So that's what happens when you tell a creator to just do, like, hey, I'd like an eagle, right? Do it however you want. Like it allows them to be creative, which is what artistry is all about. If I wanted something that everybody else has, I'd gone and bought it. You know what I mean? Like I'd have went to, I don't know, Hobby Lobby or something. Yeah, I figured you would. But all right, I'm gonna get back to sanding this a little bit. I think we're doing pretty good so far. And then I'll look it over and see if anything needs touched up. Yep, 100%, Norse. 100%. When you're turned free, you don't have to follow a template. You get to be creative, which is what artwork is. It's creativity. That's what I think Amy Jo does. She does artwork. It's in a carving medium, but it's art. Amy Jo, you take your time. You take your time. Can't rush. You can't rush perfection. I am in absolutely no hurry. That spot on the wall isn't going anywhere. When it's done, it's done. Got think we got pretty good. I'm gonna let the dust clear out a little bit. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. A little bit of a bubble in the bottom, but I'm not overly concerned about it. I think my bottom roundovers are pretty good. They're pretty close for doing it by eye without a gauge. The sides are pretty smooth. The top little nubs are pretty good. A little bit that needs to be worked here and here. A little bit right here. Overall, this side needs to come in a little bit. That's more gooder. We've got to get a little bit in here. This is end grain here, so it's a mix between end grain and edge grain. Because this whole curve is end grain, and then when it goes straight up, that's edge grain. So the edge grain will wear away faster than the end grain. At least it seems like it. The edge grain is not as strong. But I think I'll grab a piece of sandpaper and just go after it. Let's see. Probably got a couple of used pieces of paper up here. So, I wonder if I've got... Oh, I know I got chunks of dowel laying around here somewhere. A spindle sander, an oscillating spindle sander, would be ideal for these curves. And I will pick one up. You know, I like that Wen sander, so I'll probably pick up a Wen oscillating spindle sander and give that a shot. If not, I'll pick up a Rigid, because I like those. And you can get a lifetime warranty, which is super convenient. Well, I'll probably pick one of those up next week. It's a little bit of hand sanding, I think. We got that pretty well done. My roof is making rubbing noises. Yeah. Okay. Jam a wedge up in there. That insulation stuff is doing this with my fan on. By the way, guys, I don't know if you guys can hear that fan going, but if you can, I apologize, but it's a necessity. So, alright. Well, I think that this is pretty well the way I want it. So, we want this to be this way. Because we want grain direction to match. We're more concerned with this center piece of wood being center, more so than we are anything else. So we're lining up this glue joint with this glue joint, and then the same up here. I think that'll be good. Just draw a line, sharpen up a pencil, get a line drawn. What do you guys got going on this weekend? I know it's a Easter weekend for the folks that do that. Hopefully everybody's having some nice weather for the upcoming weekend. We got rain right now. Hopefully that knocks off. So what we're doing is we're drawing, this is our pattern, the top one is our pattern. We're just drawing it so that way we can rough cut it out, and then we will attach this piece to this piece, and we'll run it on the router and trim everything up. Just had your son over for dinner. It's easy, no work weekend. Nice, nice. No work weekends are awesome. Do some carving tomorrow, that's good. Norris, you should go and make a post on my community page at some point, whenever you think about it. No rush. And we can hopefully get some people heading your way and checking you out. I don't know how many, you might have 200,000 subscribers for all I know. But maybe somebody who doesn't know your channel should come over and check you out. I do know I get a lot of people who watch the videos, who watch the streams. And I only know I get a lot of people who watch them because I get a lot of emails from people. Which I'm super happy for. Like I'm thankful for the emails. It gives me something to do. But they send me emails about how to start doing stuff, or if I, how to. In fact, I have one lady. I assume it was a lady. I don't know. One lady was asking about carving, and I sent her to Amy Jo's page, and there's two other people. I can't remember offhand because I don't do carving. Not like that. But alright, so now I think what we're gonna do, with 42 subs, well shit, post some stuff up there. Doesn't matter if you post a lot. You get 8 more subs and you can do live streams. Live streams for me are way easier. I'm too busy to really focus on videos and stuff. So I went the route of you'll get a video or a short once in a while, but mostly you'll get live streams because they're super easy. All I do is turn the camera on. I don't have to. I say that I don't have time, and it's because I have a day job, and then I have this on as a secondary job, and that doesn't leave a whole lot of time. But and I'm really slow at editing. Yeah, real life definitely messes up a lot of plans. But that's what it is. I'm a firm believer in this stuff, like YouTube videos and things like that. That's great and all, but real life has to come first. Hey, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. All right, so we got our template drawn out. You guys can't really see it, but we are going to run this through the bandsaw and get it close to the line, and then we're going to reapply our piece on here with double-sided tape. Yeah, we'll do that. So I'm going to do some cutting here. Y'all bear with me. Let me see if my phone should be charged. Oh yeah, let's unplug that. Let's move you guys over here, because having you guys over here is a lot better than having you behind me. Yeah, easy beginner things. That's the way to go. Easy beginner things seems to be a really good portion of the videos that I see on here. And then you do get some stuff like this that's more a little more advanced, but people who are starting out, they don't want to do stuff like this. They want to learn. They want to learn how to do stuff. So nothing wrong with easy beginner stuff. There's our rough cutout. I got as close to the lines as I felt comfortable with. Some places even a little closer than I felt comfortable with. But the closer I am to those lines, that means the less I have to route out. So that'll make the cut a little cleaner. Got my junk pieces laying here on the floor now, kind of everywhere. Hey Dade, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming, man. My last short dead fish wall hanger got a lot of views compared to my other views. So might do a video about that. Hell yeah. Yeah. You got something that works. I'll tell you what, guys, this is killing my hand today. Ah. All right, let's take a few minutes and relax. Sorry, once again, guys, I hurt myself at work yesterday at my day job, and I hurt this hand. So this is the hand I do everything with. So I apologize for going a little slower today. We're gonna still try to get her done. Oh. So I hope the rest of you guys are having you're gonna have a good weekend. I hope you guys get some good weather. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna double-sided sticky tape that piece. That's our template to this one that we just rough cut on the bandsaw. And then we'll bring the router table out, we'll change out the bit that's in it, and if all things go according to plan, we will have two matching panels that we can then sand the bejesus out of. And then I think we're going to, once we get this, actually, I really want to get those end panels. Oh, I can't glue them up yet. I gotta get my hearts done. I've got, back there on the laser, I was running heart templates to use on the black walnut bits, and I never got them done. So I will, I'll get those done tonight, I guess, after I get off of live. And maybe tomorrow we'll get the end panel or the side panels glued up. And then all we have to do is work on these. And then the framing, obviously, the legs and stuff, and that stretcher right there, which we still, we still have to work. Got to get it milled down to size. But that is that's later. We're not going to do that today. Then, when we're doing our sanding, which, you know what? I could. Actually, I might do this. I might make a router template to put in the panel when I put it together, and then cut the heart out that way. That actually might be the easiest way to do it. The panels are the same size. We still got to do a little sanding stuff, but you know what? I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. Because all of our panels are this big. So we'll cut out, I'll make a template that fits in the panel, right in between the maple and the cherry, put in here, and we'll put the router in it. Maybe. I don't know. We got a ton of sanding we got to do. And we got to get this routed, so we'll probably just put this down. We'll get this routed out, and we'll figure out what we're going to do next. Once this is routed out, we have to cut the hearts, and we have to do a bunch of sanding. So it's going to be super boring. Super duper boring. Which seems like a good thing to do on a holiday weekend, because I feel like most people are going to be doing other stuff. I don't know why I got you guys all the way over there. We'll bring you over here, angle you down, let you watch me do this. And while these are stuck together, we'll drill our holes. We got to put a hole here, somewhere in here, in the middle for each side with a pin that's going to stop it from rocking. And we got to do our hole up here for the hanging mechanism. So we'll probably drill those out while we have it taped together. This double-sided tape I'm using is a really thin foam, right? It's super thin foam, and that'll take up any like kind of gap in here, hopefully. So we're just gonna put it, and it's very sticky. I had some stuff, some double-sided tape that was basically just a sheet of plastic with super sticky stuff on both sides of it. But I think I ran out. So here we are. There. This should go up there. Right like so. Yep. See if I can do this without losing everything. Give me the paper. Ah. Here. Let's see. Hopefully, we can get this placed down. Peeling this apart will be a treat, but hopefully I got enough tape that it is going to take care of any inconsistencies in the glue up, because we didn't sand this first, so it's not flat. I think we will be okay. I'd have to break out the brandy. All right, so we're gonna break out the router table. We're gonna get a bit chalked up in it with a bearing on it, so that we can follow this as our pattern to cut this one. It is nice and warm out there now. Got a little bit of, had some rain this morning. Had a little bit of a thunderstorm last night. Had some rain here a little bit ago. And now it's just cloudy but warm, which I am super excited about. That means all that grass seed that I spread should start sprouting soon. Which means I can mow my grass. Because anyone who knows me knows I love to mow my grass. Also, one of the reasons I got all the magnetic koozies. Which, until I set up a store, if you want some, or hats, send me an email. Oh, in fact, I gotta go pick up more stuff. This is going to be a bad week. So, what we're going to be doing is taking off this. Oh, I don't have my pen. Nuts. I lost my pin for this somewhere. Oh, did I put it in here? If I did, I don't know where it's at. So actually what I think we're going to do is we're going to use the hand router because without a pin there, this gets really sketchy. So I will have to find that pin at some point. Let's lay this stuff back down. Alright, so I got close enough I can probably do this with a hand router. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. going to use my 1/4 inch because I don't have to take off a lot. Find my router bits here. Got a bunch of brand new ones. Just gotta remember where I put them. Should be in here somewhere. Again, maybe they're not. Cool too, I guess. Oh goodness, where did I put them? Where did they go? There they are. Good for your Jenny Light. This is Bush Light, and I don't drink Jenny Light, just Jenny. Jenny Light is gross. I think we're going to use this one. Oh, don't have any grip strength in my right hand. This is nuts. Don't hate just because I'm a cheap date coffee. Yeah. Said Easter dinner, took your great niece and nephew fishing for the first time. That is way more important than this. That is way more important. This is going to be a treat. It was awesome. Good. Good. I'm glad the kids had a good time. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm going to take a minute. Thanks for coming in anyway, Alan. Late, early, doesn't matter. Did the kids catch some fish? 2 sunfish. Awesome. Awesome. Well, what we did is we got our original panel sanded down, smooth, kind of well shaped, and then we use it as a template for this panel. We got it drawn up, cut out. Now they're stuck together. We're gonna flush trim the top one to the meet the bottom one, and then we'll see what we got to do with it yet. I mean, obviously they need sanded on both sides, but this is how they're gonna sit. So, just in case this angle over here is different than this angle here, we're gonna make it so that this round over is on the same side, and that way we're not highlighting any differences. Try not to miss this. I appreciate you. But all right, I'm gonna make some noise. This is gonna sound really annoying. I'm 99% sure, but bear with me. I gotta go around all this, get it cleaned up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use that same, the one that we just cut, we're going to go on this one, the one that we're using as a template, to make sure that it's not angled, beveled at all. If there's anything that sticks out a lot, we can trim that off with this and be ahead. Alright, we did have a little bit that we trimmed off here and up here. And, well, basically around the top curve. There wasn't a whole lot going on anywhere else. A little bit there, a little bit there. Very small amount there. But now what we will do is we can sand these together, get rid of the router bearing mark, and kind of make sure they're flattened out together. And two pieces together means we can get it flatter, as opposed to just trying to do one piece at half thickness, because then you can walk like this. And then we have to sand the faces, the inside, all of that. And once we get that all worked down nice and flat, we'll worry about our roundovers and stuff. But for now, let's take a break. Killing my hand here. I haven't seen Steph yet. Oh, Steph can't comment because she should be following me. I turned on that 5 minute thing. Yeah, drink break. Absolutely. Ugh. I also banned the word meat, MEAT, because of the stupid 12-year-old that was in here earlier with the 73 different accounts. So, Alan, was today your? Well, I thought I banned it. God damn. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I don't know how this blocked words thing works. Oh, beat, BEAT. I blocked that one. Because stupid. How did they turn out? Oh. I didn't pop them apart yet because I'm going to sand, but we got them perfectly together. Oh. Thanks. But I'm gonna sand the edges again, get rid of the router bearing mark that it leaves, and then we should be able to do our roundovers and stuff later. But first, we need to. I think the roundovers that we're gonna do will probably be after assembly. Yeah, maybe not. I have an idea. Easter's over for you now? 420 tomorrow? Alright. I got you. So, we still have to sand them and flatten them, right? But first we gotta sand the edges. I did have a chunk of tear out, right? That tore out. Scared the hell out of me. But it didn't tear out into the wood. It must have been the it must have been the bit that was already being cut off. So that we lucked out there. I didn't have to fix that. That would have been sad. I would really like to have this assembled, this portion of this assembled this weekend, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Mainly because of the hearts and all the sanding we have to do. But the laser, I'll run the heart on the laser. Oh, so you do follow. All right. I didn't know if you could comment because I seen your text message about what this looks like, and I didn't know if you had an actual YouTube account and followed me or not because I turned on subscriber mode only. Yeah, you do. Got that Honey's Handmade laser. You been playing with it or not yet? Also, is that a diode laser? I think that's a diode laser. I can send you a bajillion. I've got terabytes of 10 watt? That's perfect. I've got terabytes of like laser stuff that I can send you. Pictures and all kinds of shit. Also, I'll send you an email. Been doing photo engraving with it? Nice. I got, probably 80 gigabytes of photos, like three-dimensional images that I'm gonna start playing with. I'm super excited about playing with those, to be honest. As if you'd let me not follow you. Yeah, yeah. I've got some that I really want to play with, but I can't right now. Crosses and mandalas at 7 to 10 layer. Oh, you're doing the multi-layer stuff. Nice. Well, these pictures that I've got, the pictures that I have are they're not multi-layer. They're just different depths in uh, the same substrate, right? Hey, STL, how you doing, bud? Day's going great. Going great. We're working a little slow, but we're getting her done. I do have a ton of multi-layer stuff though. Plus, multi-layer is super easy to do. Right on. How's your day going, STL? Greg? Whatever. I like calling you STL better. Steph, you know I told you my hand was feeling better this morning? Like, yeah, I lied. It's not. It hurts like hell. I think it's the vibrations in the tools. And the fact that I gotta actually grip the tools. It's alright. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. That's what they make whiskey for. I do not know what STL stands for. Are you getting a surgery tomorrow? Awesome. Well, I wish you the best. Hopefully it's your rival. Oh, St. Louis? Now I get it. We got 36 votes on my little poll here. 17% said absolutely taking too long. I do like the 6% that says Sergeant Grass's humor is why I'm here. Figures the one time I put Grass in the poll and he doesn't even pop in. I've got to looking at all these belts, the sanding belts that I got over here because I separated out the bundle. I got to build me a a hanger for all my sanding belts at some point. Excuse me. All right. Well, this isn't getting this done. And I don't think I don't know if I'm gonna meet my goal of getting this portion assembled this weekend, just because of the sheer amount of sanding we have to do. But we can have assembly. I know it'll be assembled next week. Plus, I don't get to work on it all day tomorrow. Gotta do stuff. Oh, that paper's shot. That's not gonna do anything. Oh, it's Monday? Oh, okay. Alright. Well, good luck anyway. There's some 180. Ah. All right. Let's get to sanding, shall we? Okay, so we're trying to make it perfect. We still have to route them. We still have to drill holes in them and stuff, and we still got to do a bunch more shit. But we were just trying to make sure they were nice and even, knock off the where the router bearing ran, and kind of flatten the wood. Get everything shaped well. We will still be doing more sanding on it later. And this was only 180, I think. So we'll be going up a lot higher than that. We'll be going to at least 220 on this, maybe 320. Let this dust in here settle down a little bit. And let my hand rest. Sanding away, yep. But this is our two panels. Now what we're going to do is, I think what we're going to do is we're going to sand. We're going to leave these two stuck together, okay? And we're going to sand these outside faces. And then we're going to do our marking for our holes that we need to drill. We're going to break out the drill press. We've got to drill a double hole up here at the top, which you guys can't fucking see. We have to drill a double hole up here. We have to drill a slightly larger hole, and then right above it, we got to put a little smaller hole so that it acts as like a key. And then right around here somewhere, we got to drill a hole straight through. A slightly bigger than 3/8 hole. So that way, we can put the keys in, the locks in. There'll be a lock on each end. Excuse me. To stop it from swinging. You know, when you don't want it to swing. I was trying to think of a way to attach those pins to the body so they can't get lost. But I can't think of a way. Hi, Kizzy. How you doing? We can do a recap. Absolutely. Okay, so what we did from the beginning, right, is we got our legs and feet blanks. They're all done up. We got our side panel rails. And then this stack of maple and black walnut is our stiles and panels. Okay. Those are all cut to length, dry fit together. Everything fits. Today, we got our end panels cut to size. There's two of them, right? So we made one. We made one perfect, or close to perfect. We made one acceptable, and then we used it as a template for the other one. We traced it out, cut it out on the bandsaw, got it down real close to the line, double-sided sticky taped them together, and took the router across it with a flush trim bit. So now all we're doing is a bunch of sanding work. In fact, before I get off, I'll put one of those panels together, just because those panels are kind of the highlight of this entire project. And now that they go together, I really like to show them off. Even though they're not done, we just dry fit them together, spritz them with some alcohol, and let everybody see a little bit of pretty in this mess that we got going on. Because let's be honest, everybody needs to see a little pretty wood lumber. Welcome back, Clayton. How you doing, bud? So, towards the end of our live here, we've only been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes. But I got a lot more that I want to do. I want to sand both faces of this, right? Both outside faces. We're going to leave them stuck together. Okay. We're going to leave them double-sided taped together. And then we're going to sand both outside faces. We'll start from 80 grit, work our way up. We won't do a final sand. We'll just get them down to, like maybe 150, 180. And then, because they're stuck together, we can drill our holes up here for our keyway hanger and our hole down here for our lock pins. That way we know those are perfectly done on both pieces. And we don't have to worry about it. And then hopefully, our cradle is going to be balanced enough that it's not like hanging to one side or the other. It's kind of hanging in the middle. Hopefully. But, so I think what we're going to do is I'm going to break out some fresh 80 grit paper, and we're going to start going to town because we do have some low spots here we got to work out. There's a low spot right here. You got to get these relatively flat. And it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a lot of sanding, and you guys are going to be bored as hell. But on the bright side, I hurt my hand. So holding the sander, I got to take breaks because the vibration hurts after a while. So at least it won't be, 3 hours of just straight sanding. We'll take little breaks and. Ah, my munchos! No! Oh no! Oh no! Way to ruin my day, Steph. I'm gonna have to swing over there and grab that bag of munchos. I mean, it's a long drive for $2.99, but when I can just go up the street 3 blocks and get some, but I might swing by and grab that bag of munchos. In case anybody didn't know, munchos are like the best sort of potato chip on the planet. If you're ever in the mood for something a little bit crunchy, but not terribly crunchy, and super salty, fucking munchos. They come in a shiny red bag. Oh, so. The side panels are going to be identical. These panels, they're going to be identical shaped. But I am going to... Oh, I almost forgot. I got to put them on the laser. I am going to, on the inside portion, right? So the baby is laying here. On this face of it, I'm going to have... I'm going to engrave something on here. And I'm going to do it on... I'm probably going to do it on both ends. I don't know if I'll make them different. But I might put a different image on each. The other panel will be up here, so I might put a different image here and here. Yes, absolutely leveling feet. They will be. I have them here. These are the leveling feet that I like to use. Not sponsored or anything, right? Because all you have to do is you drill like a 3/8 hole, you tap that in place, and then you don't even need any tools. And they've got this smooth stainless bottom that's curled, so you can stick the rubber to it, the little rubber discs or the little felt discs or whatever you want, and it gives you about an inch of leveling if you need it. And it's like a nickel plate, nickel finish, so it looks good. I like the nickel look, but yeah, these are the ones that I use. And you can, like I said, you can put different sticky pad stuff on them if if the stainless is like too slippery or not slippery enough. You don't want to tear up floors or anything. I usually put, um, in fact, when I ship this out, I'll send him, or when I deliver it, probably, I'll give him a set of rubber sticky things, a set of felt ones, and probably a set of cork. Because the cork ones, they add a little bit of grip, but they also won't tear up the floor. But if you're dragging it around, the cork will fall apart. It'll start to peel apart. Um, yeah, definitely for furniture, I always include leveling feet in the process because my floor's not level, so my tables aren't level, especially this cheap, quick built one that I got. Um, and I don't know if this countertop itself is level. So if I build something level there, it may not be level in your living room, right? And everybody's floors are different. Some may tilt a little bit, or there might be a little dip there. So leveling feet is always a great um, kind of insurance policy. And pizza? You having pizza? Yeah, but so I don't know. Should I engrave a different image on each end on in the inside? Is there won't be an image on the outside. I'm not going to do anything on the outside, but my hard wax will it. But on the inside, I'm going to put an engraving, and I was thinking about doing just one, but then I decided that symmetry is nice. So I could do two similar designs, um, or I could do the same design. Same. If the baby is colicky or just for comfort, lifting the head a few degrees higher than the feet will help. Oh, well, that's cool. I didn't even think about that. Though I get the impression that this is probably going to get used for a couple of pictures and then probably not used that much because I feel like Double A is the kind of guy who just wants to hold his granddaughter. So it might look pretty against the wall for a while. Peanuts there till 10? Hey, Lily. No, I didn't read the book of a text. Good lord. Well, I probably won't be there at that time. Holy cow. So many. So many notifications. All right. Yeah, I probably won't be there at that time, but I may swing over. There is a lot that I want to get done here, though. So I do kind of want to swing over and see Lily. Is she watching? There you go, Kizzy. Though, once she's old enough, baby dolls and stuff. So, it'll get used eventually. Everybody say hi to Lily. Hi, Lily. Peanut. Lily is a no. Do your thing. Don't change your plans for me because I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it over there. Lily is like 4, I believe. She a little girl. She's like my adopted granddaughter. Not my kids, but she's a sweet little girl. You used to think Lily was code for something. No, no, she's a real kid. I mean, it might be code for something, but not in this context. Right, so, no grass? I don't know. I guess not. You must be busy today. You might swing in later. He is Army Reserves, so he might. This might be his. I don't know if this is his weekend. He has to go play Army or not. Dino Nuggets too? Yeah. Listen, Dino Nuggies are the only nuggies that you need to worry about. They come in, you get them in a bag, they're shaped like dinosaurs, and they taste 10 times better than regular chicken nuggets. Do you not, Kizzy, did you seriously not know what Dino Nuggies were? Oh man, you're missing out. Dino Nuggies and mac and cheese. That's a dinner right there. I've still got some Dino Nuggies in my freezer, which is going to be probably a snack in the middle of the night tonight. Now, I don't think I'm going to hook up my shop vac to this today, just because my connector thing, like it's a DeWalt sander, so they got their own proprietary little connector, and I don't have it. I used to have one, but I don't have one now. I don't know. I lose everything. Everything that I have gets lost at some point. So the little generic one that I picked up, you just kind of jam in there, and it's super annoying. So I'm probably just going to let it run. This paper works a lot better with a actual vacuum attached to it. Some giggity. Now, we only talk about them so much because we're children. That's it. We're a bunch of grown-ass men who have 8-year-old appetites or 8-year-old foods that we like to eat. Steph, I don't know if I'll make it. So do your thing, and if I do make it over there, then I'll hang out. But I don't know if I'll make it or not. I do want to see Lily though. Lily likes when she likes when I pick her up. Steph has this really like, it's a couch with like this long bit on one end, like a lounge kind of thing. And Lily likes when I pick her up and throw her on that portion. We'll put a bunch of pillows there. Throw her down. I haven't done that in a while. She also likes when I pick her up and hold her against the ceiling. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to deepen my mark for the center. So I should have a screw or a nail around here somewhere. Yeah, this will work. I'll just... There we go. I shouldn't be able to sand that out. I'm so hungry. Like chicken wings from KFC. A chase, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what they call it. She likes to be thrown. She likes when I throw her around that. I mean, in typical little girl fashion, I guess. Once is not enough. We must do it 100 times. So, I know this is going to be super boring for you all, but we're at that point in the build where there's going to be a lot of sanding. And you guys are just going to have to bear with me. I'm going to try to break it up. I got the GIMP hand, so... Father Time, good evening, afternoon, morning. Kizzy, double A is the soon-to-be grandpa. I need my my pencil so I can get at least relatively close to flat. I remember what I did with my carpenter pencil. Aha! It's a good thing I've got 700 of them. Formerly known as Richard Stinneth. Stinneth. Oh, Kizzy, you're going to be a grandma. That is awesome. Congratulations. That name sounds familiar. Richard Stinnett. Sounds super familiar. I'm really bad with names, so. I'm going to need you guys to give me just 1 second. I'm going to step outside. Do I like broccoli? Yeah, I like broccoli. Listen, I'm old now, so I like vegetables. Vegetables don't necessarily like me, but I like vegetables. So, give me just 1 minute. I can step outside, and I'll be right back. With cheese. 100%. Cheese whiz, mint. You like it with butter and salt? All right. Wait, 35? Oh, goodness. That's young, Kizzy. You're younger than me. Good gracious. Way to make me feel old now, Kizzy. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Not while live, but check your email. All right. All right. Can't wait. Giggity. Alan, I'll definitely check that out, bud. Great niece, and great nephew. What is that? Ah, fuck. How's that work out? So your brother or sister have kids. Those are your niece and nephew. Oh, okay. So they had kids. Dang. Man, your family's just rolling, huh? 41 when you became a nana? Fuck. I'll be 40 this year. What's up, CJ? Where do we watch the Family Guy? You talking that cartoon? I just watch it on TV if I'm gonna watch it. I don't watch it very often, but it is funny. Your parents let you watch Family Guy? That is like adult humor on a whole other level. That and American Dad. I like American Dad. Your niece is 27? Goodness. Yep. I mean, there's no point. No point being mad about it, Kizzy. Can't fix it. Well, I mean, being mad isn't going to change it. It's just, it is what it is. You just move on. And it sounds like it's going to be a great time. Holy shit. CJ, you're just a baby? Oh my goodness. You've been checking out the Crappy Man? Alright, alright. Yeah, I like Turner. Turner's good. That's where I spend. In fact, a lot of us that are in this chat regularly spend probably most of our evenings on Crappy Man's channel when he goes live. Carpal tunnel? 30 years old? Wait, is that what you said? 30? $35? Carpal tunnel? Yeah, well. That's where I met all these awesome people. Yep. Yeah, I guess. I mean, things happen. Yeah, over in Turner's, we're very chill. Everyone's very chill. There's a couple of kids that come in there, and they're very. If they didn't tell you they were kids, you wouldn't know. They're very. They carry themselves very well. Yeah, Alan, you're definitely the old geezer here right now. Idaho State record is 17-inch for what? Crappy? Yep. Kizzy can't stop it. Father times 68. All right, you win. That's awesome. Well, you hang out over at Turner's enough, and at Crappy Man, hang out over there enough, and you'll end up buying some crappy baits or bass baits. Maybe you can beat that. Maybe you can beat that state record. All right, while you guys chat amongst yourselves, I'm gonna do some 80 grit sanding here. I want to at least get this flattened out some. So bear with me. I know it's gonna be loud and annoying, but yeah, yeah, exactly. So Kizzy, I'm not. It's not because I have carpal tunnel or anything. Um, I I'm a mechanic as my day job, and I was pulling a transmission on a diesel 2500, and it when it broke free, it rolled and pinched my hand. So I got a couple of chipped the end of this bone, the ring finger bone, when it goes back in here. That's got a chip in it, and then you got like 800 little bones down here. There's a couple of chips in those. So, but that just happened yesterday, so it still hurts pretty good. Sometimes, like it's fine. Don't get me wrong. I can still move my hand mostly. I just don't have much grip strength, and the vibrations get to me. I gotta take little breaks. So, but I've never been one of those people where you hurt, so you just leave it sit, because that's when things get stiff, and then it I don't know, things like, for me, it just doesn't work out. It is what it is. I mean, it was my fault. I should have had it secured better, but and I definitely shouldn't have had my hand in a place that it was going to get pinched if it did roll. But so it'll be all right. Oh, is he doing giveaways tonight? Awesome, awesome. Time to play with some wood. Yeah, giggity. Yep. Got to keep moving. All right, I'm gonna get some sanding done here, and then we'll probably take another little break. All right, I will be back. Chat amongst yourselves, folks. think what we're going to do is not use that foam pad because that throws everything way off balance. What's up, Ricker? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. We finally watched Turner tonight. Dang diesel truck guys. I'm a Chrysler tech mechanic, so Cummins is pretty much all I work on. Once in a while I'll get a used car or something that's Chevy or Ford, but not very often. So we're getting there. We've got a little low spot here, a little low spot here, a little bit there, and a little bit here and there. So we're getting there. We'll rub some more pencil down, particularly on the seams, because that's where our low spots are. Take that foam pad off. I think that just makes the vibration worse because the thing just shakes all over the place because that pad's not balanced or centered or whatever. What's up, Vineyard? How you doing, Brian? Thanks for coming in, man. Blew up too many 5.7s. Yeah. 2018 and earlier 5.7s were better. But if you're doing any kind of heavy duty, like constant heavy duty work, you got to bump up to the 6.4 at least. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm on the 80 grit, so I'll get to that swirl bit. Right now we're just knocking it down. But that was this foam pad. So this bit doesn't stick to the sander. It walked over, and then everything got all nuts. And then this side doesn't stick to my paper very well, so the paper walks. So we're doing a flat surface, so I might as well just use the hard pad and be done with it. We don't need it to conform to any shapes here. So, all right. I'm gonna get back to it here in a second. Alright, so the 2018 3500 for what? Dodge? Is that a net disc? No, this one is not net. These ones are just spiral. It works a lot better when I got my vacuum on, but sparing you guys the nonsense. The net discs do clean up a lot more material a lot quicker. Yeah, Kizzy, I got the extended cab with the 6.5-foot bed. So I don't have the crew cab. It's not that long, but I do have like a 3/4 door in the rear. I still got to lay my tailgate down to haul plywood around, but at least I can fit sheets of plywood in there. That's a bare minimum requirement for me is I've got to be able to haul that without it dangling off the back of the truck. What's up, MG? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So we got, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 more passes here on this side. This seam is really good, except for right here, and then this seam down to about here has a low spot, and then right here is a very low spot. That'll be gone next pass. And then down here on the end is a low spot that kind of matches that. So that and that's probably going to make me do 2 more passes on this. Now, I don't know how much you guys do sanding, but if you're trying to do a flat panel, so you do the pencil trick, right? That way you know you've hit the entire thing and you've spent the same amount of time there because you took all the pencil off. Or, like what I'm doing is I'm going a little faster than I normally would just because it's hurting my hand. And then I'm coming back across it a second time. And so I'm going across it once, taking about half the pencil off, and then coming back, taking the rest of the pencil off. But if you just go, all right, well, this spot here needs sanded more, and you just sand that spot, you're going to create a dip in your panel, and you will feel that when you run your hand across it. Now, this panel already, you can feel on this centerpiece, because the centerpiece is cathedral grain, right? These end pieces are Ripson. So they sand smoother kind of across, but the cathedral grain has hard spots and soft spots. So on the cathedral, it takes out more of the soft, so you can kind of feel that when you run your hand across it. That's not what we're not trying to get rid of that, all right? What we're trying to do is get rid of the dips and the wood glue where the boards join together. All right, so we're getting them. We're gonna make them as flat as we can with sandpaper, and get rid of all the wood glue because that stuff will stick out like a sore thumb. Hey Rick, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Jumping back and forth between lives. Hell yeah! Spread that love around. I am going to run in my house real quick, and I'm going to grab some Tylenol or Advil. So give me just a quick minute, and I will be right back. Let you guys check out that pretty piece of wood right there. All right, I'm back. That's why you mostly hand sand with a block of wood. Yep, yep, that works too. It does kind of look like a really bad cutting board, doesn't it? So we're back to raining again out there. So that's fun. But it is what it is. All right. Let's get this some more sanding. It ain't gonna get done by itself. almost there. A little bit there and a little bit there. So probably one more round with the 80 grit and we'll get her flat. And then big drum sander. Yeah, I really want a drum sander. I used to have one, but it got broken by the roof. So I had just gotten it too. It was a 1632. I'll get another one and for this shop here at some point. You guys have watched me sand long enough here. And like I said, we're only at 80 grit. We're just roughing it down. We're not going to go past 80 grit right now. We've got these 2 spots left. You want to see what it looks like with some alcohol on it? We can spritz it. See how she's gonna look. Thanks, STL. Thanks. Let's give her a spritz and see what she's gonna look like here. Get an idea anyway with the finish on it. That'll do her. That's about what it'll look like. It's gonna look nifty, especially since we put that cathedral grain in the center, because we used the 2 different boards. We needed one more, so we cut that second board down, and it would have been nice if it matched, if it was ripsawn, but I think the cathedral will add a little bit of character. It'll make it different. Sorry, I'm blowing the dust off my camera. But our glue joints are fucking butter. Glue joints are perfect. It's just this. When I put the culls on it, I probably should have put a few extras so I can kind of force that wood to go into the way I wanted it to. But it's alright, another little sandpaper won't fix. If I had a drum sander, we'd be done by now. But it's alright. It's alright. We'll get a drum sander later. Oh. Clean the sawdust off my glasses. And it's much cleaner now. I'm just gonna wait for that alcohol to evaporate. It's the fan's blowing on it, so it doesn't take long. But let that alcohol evaporate, and you can maybe you can see it right here, and right here is a dark spot. That's that glue where there's a little bit of a dip there. We got some glue stuck there. That's what we're working on getting out right now. But like I said, we're not going to go past 80 grit for this, because then we're going to punch some holes in it. In fact, we may not even do this side right now. I may just do this side. So then I can lay that down on the drill press. I know it's good. And we'll do this side later. Like I said, I know sanding isn't exciting for anyone, but unfortunately, it's an important part of woodwork. Yeah, they are expensive and they do take up a lot of space. Especially in a small shop like this, which is like a one-car garage. I mean, I could make it work, but they do take up a lot of space. But they are very handy. Like, we could have put this through the drum sander a few times and been done. Whereas, instead of using this thing, which my fucking hand would have loved. What's up, Wayne? How you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Sharpen my pencil a little bit here. How's your weekend going, Wayne? Head to the lake tomorrow? Hell yeah. That's a great time to go fishing. Oh, hell. It's almost done. I might as well finish it. Grab another one. Pouring rain there all day tomorrow. I really hope it's not raining here tomorrow. I didn't even look at the weather. I won't be out here tomorrow just because it's a holiday. My neighbors over here are going to be spending time with their family. The neighbors over here are going to be spending time with their family. And I want to try to not be... I don't like to be that guy. Right? Just take holidays off. And, I mean, I'll be out. I'll do laser work. Right? Because I got to get a bunch of laser stuff done. But, I'm not going to run any tools. So I'll probably pop up live for a little while. We'll watch the laser run and shoot the breeze. But so this paper is still not worn out. Probably more like a 90 grit now, but 100 grit, but still grippy. Should probably put my can crusher back up on the wall. Maybe when I get the shop organized a little better, start building my cabinetry. 80 and sunny with no, or 80 with no wind. Man, that's gonna be nice, Wayne. That's definitely the right time to get out to the lake. All right. I think I've got maybe one more pass to do on here, and the 80 grit's done. So we're gonna see. Hopefully, we're gonna be done sanding for a little bit, because man, this is murder on my hand. And we'll get our holes drilled, and we'll figure out where. Probably put one down here, closer to the bottom to stop the rocking. There we go. 80 grit done. At least on this side. Looks like rain all next week. Well, 'tis that time of the year, I suppose. Alright. Now, this is just 80 grit, so the finish isn't that great, but we'll spritz it with some alcohol. I'll take a drink, let my hand rest, and then I'll break out the drill press. We'll get our holes drilled. That's a good approximation of what the end panel will look like. Not half bad looking, right? Probably would have been better if this was rift sawn, but I kind of do like the contrast between the rift sawn and the flat sawn. Like I kind of like that. And then we got some medullary raise going on over here. A little bit of curl in both these pieces on the side. It's not terrible. Make sure my chat didn't freeze. But, like I said, once we get these holes drilled, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a break from sanding this for a little bit. And we're going to sand the panels. Because those are already at like 120, 150 grit. And I really do want to start getting those assembled. But we're going to assemble them and spray them with the alcohol so y'all can see at least something pretty out of this so far, out of this day. But I'm going to get the drill press out so that we can do our drilling thing. And I think what I'm going to do is send this hole through this side. And then we'll flip it around and we'll send the second hole through the other side. Hey, LJ Woodworks, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. So yeah, let me get the drill press set up. Grab my Forstner bits because that's what we're going to use for the hole drilling. I need the 1.5 inches. I need the 3/8. And then I need the 1 inch. That's going to leave an ugly hole, but should be alright. That alcohol's about dry, so let's move this. Move these. Sweep this onto the floor. I think one of the things that I'm going to put in when I put my dust collection in is I will put one of the floor. For those of you who don't know, dust collectors, you can buy, it looks kind of like a vent, right? It's long, narrow, and it goes down to the floor so you can sweep your sawdust right over to it, turn your dust collector on, and then just sweep it right up the dust collector. I think I'm going to put one of those in because even with the dust collector, I'll still be having a lot of debris laying around. I'm 100% sure. So. Oh. Alright. I will need to put a piece down here. Because my Forstner bit will need something to go into. Which system am I going to get for dust collection? I have a Harbor Freight dust collector. And then I have the blower assembly from, I think a Jet that I'm going to put in. But my dust collection system is going to go up to the ceiling, outside, into a bin, and then I'm going to have return air come inside the shop into a bag, the dust collector bag, the filter thing. So that way I can, during the summer, when I have the air conditioning on, I can recover a little bit of that cold air. And during the winter, when I have the heat on, I can recover a little bit of that warm air, instead of it just sucking all the air right out of the shop. I don't know if I'll have to upgrade systems. We'll see. One is like 1.5 horse, and the other one's like a 2.5 horse. But we'll see, because I'm only probably only going to have one tool running at a time, obviously, because I'm only me. So, I don't know. I have an idea of how I'm going to run it, but I don't know 100% the logistics of how it's going to be. I may have to adapt it as I go. You know, as I use it, might figure out that something's not great. Upgraded the bag to 1 micron. Yeah. That's probably what I'll do, to be honest, is I have the Bauer? The Bauer dust collector. Yeah, well, my shop is a 1-car garage, so I just don't have the room for the dust collector in here. And I'd rather not worry about the bag filling up as much. Then I can it's going into a bin outside, and then I can shovel out of that bin into bags and haul it away as I need to, or use it for mulch or whatever I would decide to do with it. But most of my most of my wood chips and stuff, the sawdust, that goes over to a farm. Guy uses it for his chickens and his pigs. This angled up a little bit so you guys aren't looking at my fat gut. Although, if any of you guys know of a decent tripod, like an extendable tripod, let me know. Because this fucking tripod pisses me off. But, so I'm going to put a bin outside here. So it's going to go up above the ceiling here, above this stuff. And then shoot down. The blower will be up there, above the roof. So hopefully it kind of keeps the noise down a little bit. That's my hopes. And then it's going to go outside into the top of the bin. And then I'm just going to have another pipe come up out of the bin and into the shop. And then I'll have my bag hanging over at that end of the shop. Probably around where the heater's going to be. Excuse me. I like to spread some of it. I spread some of it around my yard. I spread grass seed and then I threw some of the sawdust out around the yard. Not a whole lot, so it didn't look like my yard was sawdust, but... And then anything that I have that's, like, contaminated, like if I drop a piece of glass, or I got, like, bits of plastic or paper or stuff in it, that stuff goes out to the back into the woods there, and I gotta put it in my compost bin. I got a big, like, 4-foot pipe out there. It's about 4 feet tall, 4 feet wide, or across. That's my compost bin. Like when I rake leaves and stuff and bag grass, it all goes out into that bin, and then that goes onto the garden. I got the idea from Matthew Peach. He showed everybody his dust collection, and it goes outside into a trailer, which would be super convenient, but I'm not going to put a trailer over. I'm just going to build a big box and let it blow into there. Hopefully it works out. If it doesn't, like I said, I'll probably have to adapt it as I go. Make modifications and stuff. But in theory, it'll work. I wasn't going to have the return air coming back in, but then I thought about it for a minute. Like, if you got a dust collector going and it's sucking out air and blowing it outside, this is a small shop. It's gonna suck the air out of this shop really quickly. And I'm going to be running an air conditioner and heat for no reason. Excuse me. So, the return air, I may insulate the pipes and stuff, but we'll see how it has to go. Like, I don't want it to be terribly complicated. It's currently in its third position. Your compost pile? Hell yeah. I usually... Now, this is the first year that I'll be doing 90% of my woodworking here. So I usually only have to empty my compost bin in the spring. And then all I do is I shovel it out in the spring and pile it up kind of next to it. Oh, your dust collector. Okay. All right. But now, I don't know, with all the sawdust and stuff, I may have to add pile back there in the woods. That's the woods. Nobody cares. I do have one of those little ones that you got the flexible hose you hook to whatever tool, and it's just a blower and a bag. You get them on like Amazon. You don't have the 2 bags, right? My Harbor Freight one has 2 bags. It'll dump the sawdust into the plastic bag, and then the air blows out the fabric bag. But I don't have the room for it. I don't think. I don't have the room for either one of them, to be honest. The one that just blows into the fabric bag is A, it's not really effective, and B, then I have this thing in the middle of the shop that's 4 feet long, taking up space. Plus, I haven't ran my power yet, so I'm currently running off of one 15 amp outlet out here, one 15 amp breaker, and if I turn a dust collector on and a table saw, I'll pop that breaker in the house. Yeah, that's like my other one, my little one. It's not the Central Machinery one though. Like that the bag idea is nice, but hey Matthew, how you doing, bud? Like I had my power ran, I got the wire ran to the house, through the pipe in the ground. I just don't have my sub panel installed yet. I got outlets and stuff ran, and all the wire is sitting up above the ceiling over there, coiled up. I labeled it, most of it, I hope. If not, it'll be a fun figuring out what does what. But yeah, so I'm out here running off a 115 amp outlet, or 115 amp breaker. I got the fridge, lights, the computer, because the computer's always on, and then whatever power tools I run, and my fan. So I'm definitely pushing that breaker to its limit, especially when I run like the planer, because that thing, when it bogs down, it could pull some power. Got 4 catfish? Awesome, Matthew. Awesome. I popped in on a couple of your lives throughout the week, but you were driving and I didn't want to chat too much. Get y'all distracted. I did see you fishing, what was that, yesterday? Seen you fishing? So I got a 60 amp. I figured 60 amps probably good enough. I got a 60 amp service coming out here from the house, so you can say hello when you drive. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, like a grain bin. That'd be convenient. Yeah, and I can just put a bag underneath it, pull the door open, or whatever I'm going to put it in. Pull the door open and close it, less shoveling. That'd be pretty convenient. I may have to think about that. That's a solid idea. That's a damn solid idea. I'm all about being lazy. And if I have to shovel it outside, it's basically the same thing as me shoveling it inside, except for it's outside. I know they make dust collection systems. Yeah, efficiency. Yeah. I know they make dust collection systems that are basically a metal bin that your stuff will go out, dump into, and then you know, and in between the framing, you back up a trailer or whatever underneath it. That'd be the same basic design or basic idea, except for I'd just build it out of, I don't know, probably plywood or something. And then paint it so it doesn't look too trashy. But yeah, then all I have to do is I can bevel the bottom, put a door in, so that I can just put my trash bag up there, pull the door open, or flip the door open, however I have it go. Fill the bag, close the door, throw it in the truck. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The easier you make it, the more likely you are to do it. I was this close to just blowing the sawdust out the back. But the wind comes from this way, and I like these neighbors, and they have their windows open a bit, or quite often, and they spend time out in their backyard. So if I'd blow sawdust out, it would just fly across, and they probably wouldn't be happy with me. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Sure beats shoveling sawdust for, because, I mean, let's be honest. The amount of times I'm going to dump it is when I go, oh shit, I am overflowing in dust out here. I need to empty this. Because it'll be outside, out of sight, out of mind. Let's see. Alright. We may as well get this drilled out. So I need to be making myself power. Yeah. I need to come down from that center bit, excuse me, about a half an inch. I think I nailed that. Alright. I probably should have changed my speed on this, but we got hole 1. Now, we need to put another hole just above it. A 1-inch hole. Adjustable roller supports? Yeah, I do. Yeah, Forstner bit. Yeah, I do. I just, it was easier to just hold it. That bit got toasty. Alright. So now we need a 1-inch hole. That is what our lock pin is going to work down to. And this bit is beat to hell. So hopefully this gives us a good cut. You know what? I'm going to take a file too. We're going to stand here and play with a file for a bit. Your hat has a flag on it? Yeah, this is the OG hat. No flag. The new ones all have flags. A little beeswax on the sides to cut down a heat buildup. It's a good tip. Good tip. I need to get another 1-inch, a new 1-inch bit. Can you show how you're filing that? Oh, I don't know if it's the right way, but I just grabbed a diamond bit or a triangle bit, and I'm just sticking it in here, filing this edge. And then in between the teeth, with the teeth on the side, you see how mine are all rounded over? So I hit a screw or something over the years, just kind of going in there and giving it something that's going to be a sharper edge. I don't know if it's the right way to do it, but I could probably take a rounded file or a half round file and come in here, clean that up because it's smooth on the outside. But really, my important bit is right here. It's got some grab to it now, so hopefully it cuts clean. Yeah, I don't generally sharpen bits that often. This is just the only 1-inch bit that I have, and this is the bit that I need. So, like I said, I don't know that it's the proper way to do it. Probably not. But I just need it to work for one hole. Hopefully, it does. And then, all we're going to do is we're going to put the tip of that bit just above this hole in the center. Okay? We're going to punch through. So we only have about half, maybe a little more than half of this 1-inch slot up here. So I do have it marked. So I'm just going to mark where I'm going to put the point of my bit. I'm going to go about 3/8 of an inch up from the other hole. Because then what we'll do is we'll round off that kind of overlap bit, that pointy bit. We'll round that off with file, sandpaper, or something. Well, I guess I didn't do so bad. So what we'll do is we'll file down those bits there, but that creates our lock and our pivot, right? Our swing. It's going to swing from there. But our pin needed a bigger slot to slide through, because this is what's going to hold the top of our legs together. Oh, that's fucking rough on the finger. And then we've got some blowout on the back, but that's fine. We're going to sand that. We're going to round these edges over anyway, and we're going to sand away that pointy bit. Why can't I use a... Yeah, for sure, Father Time. Or Richard. Yeah, the outer teeth are what cuts the grain. The inner bevel is what digs the hole. Why can't I use a diamond drill bit or a regular drill bit? Because the Forstner bit will travel straight through. It won't walk. And a regular drill bit will it'll walk. It'll want to go towards the path of least resistance. So you start here halfway into this other hole, and you get halfway through it, and you'll be here. You know, it'll take the path of least resistance. Also, it'll tear out the wood. Now, see, I got tear out here, right? Try to get this so it's in the light. I got tear out here. Now, this is not that bad. I can deal with that because it's going to get a round over on it anyway. But, like Father Time said, that's most likely because I didn't sharpen the teeth that well. Alright. So we're going to have to put in one more hole with a 3/8 inch bit. Oh, why won't you fucking turn? God bless America. So we're going to take a 3/8 inch bit and we're going to punch a hole down here. That is going to be where our pins go through to stop it from sliding. And we're going to put one on each end. Whether one on each end gets used or not, not really my concern. So, we need to I lost my center mark. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. What we'll do is we'll put a new center mark in. I have a tape measure around here somewhere. I got like 12 of them. So we're gonna come up, so 20 will be where we want to be, so 10. That's where we'll go. Hopefully I can get to that. Oh! Oh no! No! Alright, well we can do this instead. And line it up there and just punch through there. And just put it down a little lower. Just want to make sure that's centered. Excuse me. Yep. Okay, there are our holes. There will be a brass pin going through here. Not all the way through. The hole goes all the way through, but the pin is only going to go about 3/4 of the way through this, so it doesn't stick into the inside. And then we're going to file this down. Put that on my shirt so you can see. We're going to file those ears down. This will slide, the leg will slide into there and then drop down. That will be our pivot right there. That's where she'll hang and rock. So, aside from sanding and routing, those panels are done. Now, the hole probably didn't have to go all the way through, but it saved me time. I know they're both in the exact same spot in relation to the panels, so it saved me a little time to just punch them all the way through. Now, what I may do is I may plug them on the inside with just a tiny little cap so that it's smooth on the inside. But we'll see. I may just place my engraving. No, that's not going to matter. That's going to be down in the... that's going to be where the mattress is anyway, so it's not going to matter. Welcome back, Turner. Welcome back. So, that's 2 end panels, all but done. Got to sand them. We'll cut in our grooves, right, for our tendons, or our slots for our tendons, but for all intents and purposes, they're done. Or at least they're roughed out. They're almost done. You understand what I'm saying. They are there. Oh, fuck. Now, normally, this is the point in which I get bored with a project and move on to something else. So, what should we move on to? Just grocery shopping? Oh yeah, I gotta do some grocery shopping. I'll probably just empty out the pantry and the freezer until next week. Maybe I'll go shopping next weekend. Yeah. This is usually the point in time for me where I get bored with a project and I move on to something else, but I'm not bored with this one. Time for the boat build. I mean, we do have the coffee table end tables that we got to get built. That's going to be our next project. Our next live stream. This project, right? Though, I do want to build another canoe. It was a lot of fun building that. And it was the first time I ever built one, so it was all kinds of janky. I bet now I could do all kinds of stuff. Way better. Hey, Janelle, how you doing? Thanks for coming. A 14-foot John boat and pimp that sucker out. I probably could. Our John boats around me are pretty cheap. You're looking at like $500 to $1,000. You gotta add a motor to most of them, but We got our panels done, Janelle. Ugh. Well, I say done, but they're both shaped. Both sanded. Well, oh, my hand. One's sanded on one side. I still got to sand the other side. But it hurts my hand. We got our lock pins done. Holes. Got our hanger done. We just have to knock off those two little points. But yeah, the motor can definitely be the expensive part. See, but trolling motor is alright. I don't ever go out into any big lakes where I need a gas motor. Stale cinnamon twist from Taco Bell. Better than no cinnamon twist from Taco Bell. Alright guys, this has been 5 hours and my hand is killing me. So I'm thinking that tomorrow we'll work on the side panels and we'll get those sanded. I'll get the bracket made for them so I can run the heart or get the hearts cut out. We'll get those sanded and assembled tomorrow. What I do to my hand, I chipped a couple of bones right here at work yesterday, and this morning it felt fine, like better, but I don't have a whole lot of grip strength, and the vibration from the sander and stuff makes it hurt again. Like, hurts a lot. So I have to keep taking breaks. That is what it is. But I think tomorrow we'll get the side panels done, or assembled anyway, and glue up. Do it live on Easter. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot tomorrow's Easter. I don't know. Well, I can't. I'm not gonna run any power tools. Get back to it. Hey Mark, how you doing? Turner's doing giveaways tonight? Hell yeah. I will do lives tomorrow. I'll pop up for a little while tomorrow, but it'll probably just be I'll be running the laser because it's quiet and I don't need to make a bunch of noise to bother any of the neighbors. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything crazy tomorrow. I'll run the laser. Yeah, it'll be fun to watch it. I got to do 17 plus 5. 17 of one thing and then 5 of another. Get some burgers and do cooking with Dan. I mean, I got a propane tank right there, and I got my Blackstone right there. Got a garage door right here. Skunk day number 2. Ah, shit, Mark, that's a bummer. Yeah, that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll pop up tomorrow at some point for a little bit just to hang out with you guys. We'll watch the laser and shoot the breeze. For anybody who wants to pop in. I'll drink. Because I'm not running power tools, so I can drink proper drinks. And I've already got... That's what took me so long this morning to go live. because I had to break down one of my sheets of quarter ply maple. I had to break it down into 1 foot strips, 1 foot by 4 foot strips, so I can feed them through the laser. Because so I broke them down to 12 inches wide, and my awards are only going to be 10.5 to 11 inches wide. So I'll have a little bit of room extra. That way, in case it's not centered perfect, I don't run off the board. Be feeling real good tomorrow? Yeah, you will. Gonna be that special Allen day. I bet tomorrow there's gonna be a whole bunch of people feeling real type of a way. We'll be working till 3, the family till 5, and back at it. There you go. Favorite holiday of the year? I don't got the fancy disco lights and crazy music pickle, but I got the OG pickle. That's all I got. I think I'm going to have a drink, hang out with you guys. We'll shoot the breeze for a bit, and then call her a night. What do you guys think? Shit was nuts last night. I didn't even get a notification you were up. I was out bouncing around I was bouncing around on this this account. Spreading some love. Donated a ton of fucking money. But I didn't even see that you were up. Oh, fuck me. Alright, I'm gonna have a proper drink, I think. I don't have any ice out here, but I got stones. I got cold stones. I just need to clean out my cup. Oh. Hell yeah, Runic, you popped in at the right time. Tell you what though, that glass feels really good on my hand. I just need to clean the sawdust out of this cup. Until 12:15. Oh, fucking late night for you. Damn. I think I'm gonna have a glass of whiskey. I'm gonna shoot the breeze. Glass of whiskey with a beer chaser. What you drinking tonight, Runic? Oh my. Let's go with some Maker's Mark. I earned it. I haven't had a proper drink all day. Feel like I've been a good boy. I'll join you. Hell yeah. Just a taste. Oh. Diet Mountain Dew. Diet Bandu. That's a proper drink. Might as well crack my beer too while I'm here. Got a Baja Blast. Alright. Nothing wrong with that. You also have not had a proper drink forever. Cheers to anyone having a drink. It's a weekend. It's a holiday weekend. Hang out. Shoot the breeze for a bit. I tell you what, that Maker's Mark, cask strength, some good stuff. The red label. Having tequila, damn. You just skipped right past the good time drinks and went for the night drinks, huh? Do I have a favorite whiskey or bourbon? Not really. It depends, really. So like my Lily got into the candy. You and tequila get along quite well? Like my favorite kind of dessert whiskey is this. The Ballantine peanut butter chocolate. It's only 60 proof, but man, it's good. I don't really have a favorite bourbon or whiskey. I've got a couple I don't like, but I don't remember the names of them. I got the bottles in the house. Bro, me and tequila do not get along. Like, we get along so badly. Yeah, that one's only 60 proof. That's why it's in the shop. It's basically beer. Me and tequila get along so badly that I don't even like it anymore. I used to like it a lot. Although it does taste great in mixes. Yeah, that's like a dessert whiskey. The apple cider or the winter jack up there, that's barely a beer. Or yeah, barely. I think it's only like 40 proof. That's I love that stuff. Warm it up in the microwave. It's like hot apple cider. It's delicious. Excuse me. But you can only get it around here in the winter. Come January, it's pretty much gone. What about you, Alan? You got a favorite whiskey or bourbon? Hell, I don't even have a bourbon out here. Once I build my counter, I don't know if I told you guys before or not. I seen a guy. He has a counter in his shop, and the back portion of it's got that lift up thing, right, where it's like a shelf comes up out of it. He keeps his whiskeys in there and his wines and stuff. I'm gonna do that out here, and I think I'm gonna put I'll put a nice bottle of wine, a nice bottle of bourbon, whiskey, maybe brandy and scotch in it. Oh, that's right, Alan. I forgot. I'm sorry. Forgot you were sober. Fucking 20 years. Oh, Jesus. Congratulations. Indica. Indica's good. Before it was anything, so you got in on that. You got in on that early, huh? Are you the reason it became anything? Runic, I seen you drinking. Do you drink clear tequila or brown tequila? MD 2020? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. MD 2020 is, whew. It's good. It's good. A little too good. Old Four Locos. Shine. Shine is where it's at. If I get my hands on a good apple pie shine, I'm happy. Boone's Farm. Isn't that the shit that comes in like wine bottles? And you get like purple and blue and red, green, all different kinds of colors. But, we used to drink that shit when I was younger. Ugh. Those were bad, bad years. I like to think that I'm not familiar with tequilas. Are they clear or are they brown? Cause I remember you were drinking something one day that was brown. Or dark? Okay. Oak aged? Ooh. Maybe that's my problem. Me and tequila, I usually get the clear tequila. Maybe I should get something aged. Fruit and we call that fuck. Oh, I just had it. Oh, damn it. Something punch. We just mix a bunch of shit together. Oh, fuck. What was it? Some sort of a punch. Oh, man. Could have been bourbon or Irish whiskey. I think I caught it on one of your lives. It was like up in the corner of the screen. And I was like, ah. Welcome back, Brian. We're just winding down, chilling out here for a bit, having a drink. My hand hurts, so we got the end panels all but done. There's a lot of sanding that has to be done yet, but we got the holes drilled in it that we needed to drill. Reanimator fluid. Ah, man. What was that punch? Monkey punch? No, that sounds stupid. Garbage punch? That also sounds stupid, but we were kids, so it probably was stupid. Oh, man, that's going to bug me. I'm going to have to text. Jungle Juice! There it is! Ha! I knew it. That wasn't even fucking punch. Jungle Juice, yeah. Trash can punch? Yep. I've heard it called that, too. We just dump a little bit of everything into either a big old bowl or a cooler, depending on how many people were around. And throw some fruit in there, a bag of ice. And in the cooler, it was convenient because you could close it and just open up the pour spout on the side. Oh man, those were some rough nights back in the day. I don't ever do that shit no more. Although, now that my sister is old enough, to drink proper, I might have to start a new Christmas tradition. Woke up in the middle of a cow pasture one night on that. Yeah, I remember. Um, I was, oh good lord, I might have been 21, 22, something in that range. I remember we had a big old field party, right? Big old bonfire, had a good time. I woke up on a split rail fence. I was laying on it, like horizontal, not like leaning over it, horizontal on this split rail fence. My car was gone. Almost everybody else at the field party was gone. There was just a couple of us that couldn't make it out. And my car was about a mile up the road because they found my keys, but they couldn't find their keys, so they just took my car. Pissed out with poop everywhere. Carnessi 1860. I'm gonna screenshot that. I'll give it a shot. I like finding new things to add to my bar. There we go. I screenshot the palm of my hand. Carnessi 1886 Anejo Tequila. Is that Carnessi? Am I pronouncing that very wrong? Carmessi. Oh, I thought that was an N. Poop everywhere. That was you, wasn't it, Turner? It was you. You can admit it. We're all friends here. It's fine. Hey, want to know something? My hand doesn't hurt quite so much anymore. That's the cure-all, a proper drink. Told you beer doesn't have any alcohol in it. It wasn't you. Remember, there was one time, so a friend of mine, they had this like outbuilding. Don't know its original purpose. They had an old farmhouse, and between the house and the barn, there was this outbuilding, and all that was inside of it was a fireplace. I assume it was some kind of a smokehouse, right? And we were having a party over there one night, and the smokehouse caught fire, or the building itself caught fire. And then we had a really good party until the fire hall that was directly across the road found out that there was a fire. And they were not okay with it. They put a stop to that party real fast. Wasn't even yours. Holy fuck. Wasn't me, but in the style of Disturbed? I have not. I have not. I feel like I'm going to have to look that up. I feel really unproductive today, but At the same point in time, we're this close to assembly. So we might. No, we can't do it tomorrow, but we might this week. It's way better than it should be allowed to be. Alright, I'll look it up. This week we'll do assembly on the side panels. We'll have to do sanding and stuff, so that'll, the sander's probably not that loud. I don't think the sander's that loud, so I can run the sander a little past 8, but 2 hours of sanding is a lot for people. So, I said I was going to assemble the panel, one of the panels, and spritz it down so you guys could see something pretty. Let me finish this, and then I'll assemble that. I'll assemble one of those, and you guys can see it being all pretty, so it wasn't just me sanding an end cap all day. I don't know how I feel about the little whiskey stones. They don't stay cold very long. I don't know how I feel about them. I don't use them very often. I usually I have a ball mold. I just throw a ball of ice in there, and then I drink until it goes away. Because, you don't want to waste ice. That's the best way. The ball or the whiskey stones? Or the drink until the ball goes away. The ball of ice, yeah. I got in the house, I have a mold. It'll do 3 balls. No. 2 balls and a skull. It'll make a skull out of ice. I've never gotten the skull to work out right, but the ball molds, because it's a ball on each end and the skull in the middle. The ball ones go pretty simple. The skull gets like air bubbles in it, like air gets trapped on the shapes, like on the side of the silicone. The cube mold, do you get tired of forgetting to fill it? Excuse me, by the way. We're coming up on summer, so my fridge doesn't have like the ice maker built into it. So I have to do it like the old school way, put the tray in and then dump the ice cubes into the bin and then put more water in. And I've been really slacking over the winter, but we're rapidly approaching that point that I need a full bin of ice. So, and little special note, if you just have the bin of ice, where you have ice cube trays in there, ice will kind of evaporate in the freezer. If you put it in a Ziploc bag, it won't evaporate. Just saying. Like I have like a gallon Ziploc bag in there. Right, Steph? Big old fucking ice maker over there. Although your ice maker makes chintzy ice cubes. They're a good size, but they're fucking hollow. It's like, you got half of them are hollow anyway. Like, you got a good size ice cube, but it's gone in like 20 seconds. My next fridge will definitely have an ice maker in it, because probably the water line, or your fridge sucks. Ain't no third world ice making here. Yeah. Hi, I'm third world ice making. Hey, Amy Jo, welcome back. We're just winding down the night, having a drink, shooting the breeze. I'm going to assemble one of the side panels and spritz it with rubbing alcohol so everybody can see that it looks, they can see something pretty out of the deal tonight. And I'll probably spritz the end panel as well, just so it's only 80 grit, so it's not great, but you can still see the coloring and the figuring in it. But I feel like ending the night on something pretty is probably good. I got to be honest though, that proper drink made my hand feel a lot better. Like, way better. Old Beth, shalom. Amy Jo, did you have fun doing some carving today, or were you prepping for tomorrow? Or did you do Easter dinner early? Or do you not do that? It was still weird. What size refrigerator can fit in my kitchen? Where I have it, I could fit, like I have a regular fridge like this. It's just a little taller. And I don't know, a couple inches wider than that. But I can fit the double panel one. I just have to, I gotta pop out the cabinet that sits above it. So if my cabinetry was compared to this fridge, the cabinet would be about here. Right about the top of those bottles up there. So it's a useless cabinet. I don't know why they put it up there, but I'm gonna rip it out. I don't ever put anything in there. There's a fire extinguisher in there. It was there when we bought the house. I don't know. And I put paper towels up there. Like, it's completely wasted space. Hang on. Let me see. Like, I assume they built it. Yeah. Yeah, the bottom of the cabinet is about here. So, I'm 6 foot. That's what? 6.5? Give or take? And then I can go... Hang on. Just fucking measure it. I got a tape measure. Alright. So this fridge is 28.5. I can do 36 by... Hey, 6.5. Hey, look at that. And then they got this stupid cabinet above it, which I'll rip that damn thing out. Just because it annoys me. Like, you can't put anything up there. Do you have a Nebraska Furniture Mart? I don't think so. Like the... Later, Amy Jo. I'm 6 feet tall, Steph. What the hell? 5'11 3/4. Alright. Close enough. Oh, Amy Jo worked on it today? Awesome. I don't want to rush her. Like, I want her to take her time. Just like the waste of space above your stove cabinet. Yeah, 100%, Steph. 5'11 3/4. All right, I'm a 1/4 inch shot. Look, the little button on the top of my hat that makes 6 foot. Okay. Well, I gotta tell everybody in the chat that I'm short. Rudnick's over here, like 12 feet tall. Fuck. Turner. kind of appliance prices there. Oh, hell if I know. I was looking at doing the whole Samsung kitchen because I like Samsung appliances. And it was something like 5K to do a fridge, a dishwasher, a dishwasher, a microwave, and a stove. But I already got the stove, so. Oh, what kind of appliance? Place? We've got. Um, shit, I can't remember the place I got my stove from. Uh, we've got the typical Lowe's, Home Depot, kind of stuff like that. And then. Man, where did I get my stove from? I can't remember. 5.5 maybe. Is that 5.4 3/4? Okay, then you're 5.1. No, you're like 4.5 1/4. All right, you don't get to round up to 5.1. You don't even get to round up to 5. I'd be surprised if you were 5 foot. What color? Oh, I usually do black. Like, that's what color I got my stove. Older you get, the shorter you get. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So my little Memmy, we used to call her Little Memmy. She was a great grandma. She used to lose her mind because every time we would get together, she was like, she thought we were all grown, but we were all pretty much done grown. It was her shrinking, right? So we called her Little Memmy. She was a tiny thing. 5 3/4. But yeah, one of these days, I'll get an ice maker fridge when I replace the appliances in the kitchen. It'll probably be after I finish redoing the kitchen. I got to make new countertops for the one side, the L-shaped side. I want to redo all the cabinets. So I thought of something that I'm going to do because my cabinetry in my house, like, I don't want to make new cabinets. So what I'm going to do, so my cabinets they're like raised panels. So you have the sides, they come in and then they drop down and they come over and they kind of swoop up and then they're flat. So I'll just get a new flattening bit because I chipped mine, or I would have used it on the damn panels. I'll get a new router flattening bit and I'll just knock that like raised panel bit, drop it down to a shaker style. I think that'd probably work. I don't know, I'd have to try it on one. Oh, that's a flat panel. But one day we'll get there. All right, you guys want to see a side panel? 5 3/4. Let's get a piece of plastic down. We don't get all this paint and stuff on here. I think this was the panel. Yeah, I think this is the panel. Oh, I forgot. We got to do a little bit of fine tuning on these, the fitment of these. But 2, 3. We are gonna have to sand the shit out of the backside of that pan. Oh God! Why did that slip together? There we go. Great. That was fucking stupid. Do I have these backwards? Of course I did. Why wouldn't I have it backwards? Bless it. There we go. I forgot we got to do some fine tuning on the fitment of these. This one? Guessing? Oh! That hurt. Listen. All right, there's a panel. So much for resting my hand, right? It's my right hand too. It's the one that I do everything with. So, get a good look at this. Let everybody see something pretty. Would you just look at it? Now, you got to imagine it with a heart here, here, and here. Right? Would you just look at it? It's these types of things that make me super excited about a project. Putting, these things come together, and like it's just it's perfect. And I think that I may copy a similar design to this. Well, not the same design, but a similar design. I may copy one and make a chest out of it. No heart-shaped cutouts or anything, but make a cutout of it, or make a panel for the front and the two sides of a chest. The back doesn't have to have this, but Give me just 1 second. I'll let you guys eyeball this thing for a minute. We'll spritz it because it's in the fan. Ow, that hurts. All right, give me just 1 second. All right, back. Sorry, someone's at my door. Looks great. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's gonna look even better with the hearts. The hearts cut out in here. And I've got the balloon heart put in here. Like, I don't have it in here yet, but I think that I may make a blanket chest out of this. A similar panel. Just because I like the way this looks. No heart cutouts, obviously, but who knows? It may end up at. It may show up at Double A's house. There's a match set of furniture. Whenever I get around to making it, if I do, I don't know yet. May or may not. All right, put this in the freezer. Because we need a cold glass. But I think that may be where we end it tonight. Hey Johnny, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. So this is our side panel. We're just ending the night with a little piece of something pretty. And we've got this sanded to 80 grit, so it's not great. At the end of your bed like a Foot Locker? Hell yeah. Yeah, it would. So let's see what this looks like with some alcohol on it. That'll be what the end panels look like. A little bit of figure in those two outside boards, framing the cathedral grain here. But let's be honest, this isn't as important as that. I think that is the focal point of the whole thing. Yeah, I kind of like it too. I really do. I like how it's not just one big panel. Like looking like it's one big piece of wood. I don't generally do things like that, but now I'm thinking that maybe I need to do it more often because it does it it yeah, it adds a little bit of contrast to it. Yeah, I like it. The baby will be the focal point? No, no, no. No, no. No. No, no. Focal point, the baby will just be an addition to the awesome. All right. I'm just kidding. I'm just. Obviously, the baby is slightly more important than the side panel. How am I attaching the panels to the end? Floating tenons. We're going to have 3 or 4 of them down each end, and they're going to go into the side panels. Now, if I feel like that's not sturdy enough, I'm going to put in a dowel through the top and bottom of the end panels and the rails here. And I'll put in a panel or a dowel made out of walnut. Or not walnut, I'm sorry. It'll be a dowel made out of maple. And then what I'll do is I'll split the end of the walnut or the maple and I'll put a walnut shim in it. So that way the end panels will have the cherry, maple, walnut this look carried on. Just with primarily cherry. It'd actually be very similar to this. Yeah, like an axe head. 100%. Grandkids take your money before they even get here. 100%, Alan. 100%. I don't have grandkids, but I got a niece and nephew. And let me tell you what, them little bastards are spoiled. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I spend a ton of money on them kids every year. Thank God Amazon delivers. But I have decided that this I've decided that this clean the sawdust off of it. This is going to be our finish. This hard wax. What do you think, Alan? You like that kind of sheen that it has? That good enough? There's grass. Is that the kind of like semi-gloss matte you were looking for, or do you want me to tone it down a little bit or pick it up a little bit? First pitching pulse. Perfect. Awesome. Then that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the food safe, toy safe hard wax oil. And I was going to add a dye to the maple. But I don't think I'm going to anymore. That is a good sheen. Yeah, I like it. It's really nice. I mean, there's the non-oiled side, and there's the oiled side, or the hard wax side. Right. It really brings out the tone of the wood. I like it. And it does kind of highlight the maple the maple curl. It doesn't do too much, but that's the no finish, and that's with the hard wax. It gives a little shine, and it makes that curl stick out at more of an angle, I think. Same with the cherry. And it doesn't overpower the wood. It doesn't change the color of the wood, really. It makes it a little bit darker, but not a whole lot. I mean, it's darker than this. It's more like with the rubbing alcohol on it, but Sergeant Grass. You know what we should do? We got 56 votes on this poll. We'll end this poll. "17 of you say this is taking too long." Well, 17% of you can go fuck yourselves. Also, 8% of you are awesome. And I feel like one of those is grass. Look, the who cares as long as it's right, those are my people right there. I am really bad at getting things done in a timely manner because I feel like it doesn't look right. Like, if it doesn't look right to my eye, you're awesome. So who was the other one? What was there? I'm not doing math. Well, we know what Grass picked. Grass definitely is only here to be a smartass, which is 100% why he's blue. Mm. So, there's only one thing that I'm thinking about doing, and it's putting a little dowel in between the black walnut panels. Just one at the top and one at the bottom. A 1/4-inch dowel, you'd never see it. But that way the panels can't do this. Right? They would have to stay flat. Very few channels allow you to be yourself. Well, Grass, put a lot of trust in my mods, so you do you, bud. Although, the Alan, you know what we got to do? So I got some new Star Bond, right? Star Bond is sea igloo. Okay. Just colored. I got brown and black. Hey, look at that. Brown and black. But I'm going to have to do a test piece and have you tell me which color you want me to fill the inclusions with. I think the test piece, the sample piece, I think it has a knot in it. Because we will have to have you tell me which one you want. It's either going to be black or brown. And I don't know. I usually do black on walnut, but that makes it stick out. Ernest be you. Hell yeah. Years, dude. I got an Allen key. Here, I don't know where it came from. It was on my table saw. It's a hefty Allen key, too. Huh. Wait, that's not where that goes. But how light is the brown? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, this piece doesn't have a knot in it. Hang on, give me a second. Well, you know what? We'll use this. I'll put it right on top of this wood. When you have my wrench. I'll put it right on top here so that way you can see the color difference. Alright, so this is the black. I like the Star Bond for the colored stuff, but in terms of like just regular CA glue, I just use cheap CA glue for regular stuff. Here for the giggity. that stuff starts to set, I gotta get all these damn precision tips put back in here. These have to go in the freezer now that I opened them. And then I'll spray this with activator. Okay. So here we are without activator, right? Brown, black, kind of a mix of both. You see the end result of Tuesday's live. What was Tuesday's live? Or were you talking to Janelle? Okay, so black, brown. That kind of lighter spot is because it shrank because it was puddled up there and kind of oozed out. So. There's the brown. The brown is kind of blends in, really. And then the black is black. It stands out. So you tell me which one you want me to fill the inclusions with. Mm-hmm. And I'll do that, Alan. Now you gotta remember, these aren't sanded, so they look a little weird, but... Brown? Okay. On it. Also, here's the colors without them being like on a piece of wood. Mm-hmm. So yes, Runic, I like Starbond in the color, but in clear, it's too expensive. It's just not worth it. I'd rather go and get some cheap CA glue from the store. Oh, can I? Oh shit! Dropped my cat. Hang on, let me pull up my Gmail. open with, I don't know, that. Download the damn thing. It's open. There we go. Alright. Let's see Runik's skateboard. That's a loaded question. You like inclusions and it gives a character? Right, but I can't have open gaps. I can't turn my phone sideways. Runic, did Mrs. R claim that? Is that why it's set up on that stand? Also, for those of you who don't know, look at Runic's symbol in his little PFP. Now look at this, but flip it. Right? Like this end here. But you can't see that side. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that Runic put his little symbol in there. His little rune. Also, those tulip things, those flowers, they came out phenomenal. They are awesome. I like that gradation there, that color doing its thing. Like this one, the color kind of blends together. And you got so the two match. It's just mostly purple, mostly blue, right? So it's like a balance. That's awesome. We're still discussing that. Oh shit! I gotta send you an email. I can send you an email because I want one of those to hang on my wall right here. Amy Jo's already got the top. I'm sorry, but we can put my logo on a board of your design right here. Giggity. I don't know. I like it. I think it turned out really well. So the brown is kind of clear. Like, let me see if I can get an angle here. So right here where my finger is, you can see through the glue. So I think you'll be able to still see the inclusion. You can see through the glue. There's some grain down there. So I think you'll still be able to see it. It'll just be kind of the same color as the rest of it. And we're talking like this area here, and then that area right there, and that little bit right there. So there won't be a whole lot. I would just need Runic to board slide on it. That's more. The other one I think has more on one side than it does the other. But you guys want to see this spritz one more time? Just because it's pretty. I will never get old, or that will never get old for me. Pitch pockets. Yep. Mic went out. My mic went out? Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be sexy. God dang. That is pretty. Let's see if we can get you. Can we get you to see the maple curl? Maybe a little bit there? Maybe? The only thing on this panel that's not curly is the black walnut. Ah, it's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. This, I've built a lot of pieces over the years, right? Previously, my favorite piece that I had made was my favorite piece that I had made previously was the cherry and ambrosia maple blanket chest / toy box for Steph, and that was my favorite piece that I had made at that time. But now I'm starting to think that I may have a new favorite in the works here, because this is gorgeous. And it doesn't even have the hearts in it. We'll get all that done next week. We'll get the hearts put in here. We'll get these panels assembled, cut down to size. And then we won't have to dry fit them anymore. They'll just be there, and I'll get to pop them out and be like, spritz, spritz. Look how awesome. But, hey, Urban Makins. Thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate it. Not magic artwork. But, guys, I think this is where we're going to leave you tonight. I greatly appreciate everybody hanging out with me for the last 6 hours. A new favorite. Can't have Alan be the favorite. Yeah. Yeah. Is that how that is? I think this is where we're going to leave you guys tonight. Tomorrow, I'll probably pop up live. But we'll just be doing some laser work. Shooting the breeze while the laser does its thing. Next week, we will get these assembled. We'll get the hearts cut out. We'll get the panels assembled. And I hope y'all hang out with me while we do that portion. And then we'll get all the joinery cut for the end panels. We'll do a bunch of sanding. It's going to be a long bit of sanding. I'm going to try to break it up. We'll sand these pieces, and then we'll do assembly of these pieces. Right? So you're not hanging out watching me sand 2 sets. Right? So we'll try to break it up left side, right side, so it's not all just straight sanding for the next week. But I greatly appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Happy Easter if that's your thing. If it's not your thing, have a great weekend. And we'll catch you all tomorrow at some point. Have a good night, guys.